Everybody hit the like button. 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 If you got something to say, drop it in the comments. Don't be acting afraid. What? Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. If you got something to say, drop it in the comments.
Don't be acting afraid. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know you at.
Drop your city. What? Drop your city in the chat. What? Drop your city. What? Drop your city in the chat. Drop your city in the chat.
All right, what's going on, y'all? We are about to live stream. You already know what, the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate. That is going to happen probably around another hour or two or whatever. We'll see how it starts. But I wanted to come on here early because I wanted to speak on the psychology of these weirdo people like Andrew Wilson and people who like to debate, because there's a huge problem with these debaters, and it's very problematic. All right, so everybody drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. And of course, hit the like button. And let's just get to this. Also, Barron said something about PBD, Patrick Bet David. So we're going to talk about Patrick Bet David, the dangers of this situation for Candace, and of course, Andrew Wilson. So the first thing I'm going to say is, I said this earlier, but I don't like that this is happening at Candace Owens' house, because in my opinion, and this is a Patrick Bet David thing even more than an Andrew Wilson thing. I think Andrew Wilson himself is an idiot. So I don't think he would be able to do something crazy. But Patrick Bet David is a different story. Even though Patrick Bet David knows Candace and Candace knows him, he is connected to Iran. And some of you may not know that. So because Patrick Bet David is connected to Iran, that might prompt Patrick Bet David to take this opportunity, which is a very like a first time ever opportunity, to get into Candace's studio and bug the studio. I don't think Andrew Wilson is going to do that, but I think there's a possibility that somebody can incentivize Patrick Bet David to go in and bug Candace's studio. Now, why would Patrick do that? Well, he is all about money and he's all about power. See, I think he's worth about $100 million, but he still wants more. Because the thing about it is, if I'm worth $100 million, I'm not doing a podcast every damn day. I'm going to go sit my ass down somewhere. I'm going to be somewhat of a philanthropist. But when you want power, because it's about two different things: money and then power. And they always say, first you get the money, then you get the power. And I think Patrick Bet David wants power. And because he wants power, there's a possibility that somebody could tell him, like, hey, we need you to bug Candace's studio for us. And if you do this and you're successful, we can literally, what I'm about to say is not crazy, we can literally make you prime minister of a country. See, that's power. becoming a prime minister of a freaking country. Forget about $100 million. All right. So let me show you what Barron said, and then we're going to get into that. And then we're going to get into, of course, Andrew Wilson and the psychology behind a debater. So everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
Like it's starting off on a very dishonest foot.
Hold on.
I don't think that anybody setting off on a dishonest foot is intending to follow through in an honest fashion. But that's just me. That's just me. They mentioned the moderator. They got a moderator, Patrick Bet, Star of David. I saw
Patrick Bet, Star of David is crazy.
that in the comments. That was smart. Patrick Bet, Star of David here.
Star of David.
Where do we know Patrick Bet David? Well, actually, I want to do this out of order. Patrick Bet David is known for, I'll pull up his wiki. He's known for a multi-level marketing scheme that netted him hundreds of millions of dollars, allegedly. He's about a year older than your humble host. He looks like he's 20 years older, if I do say so myself. Maybe I'm wrong.
Shot.
American businessman, conservative. That's the word conservative is doing a lot of work there, ladies and gentlemen. Media personality, author, and podcaster. Founder of Valuetainment Media. Valuetainment was the name of his company that hosted his multi-level marketing campaign. He has interviewed some big people. That was obviously Kobe Bryant before the helicopter incident. He founded PHP Agency, a multi-level company. They did life insurance, financial services. There were a lot of investigations into this company after the fact. And they, I'm not going to suggest it was anything other than an honorable company, Mr. Bet.
So let me stop right there. In Atlanta, I got introduced. What's the name of the company? It was called Prime America. Prime America. Let me know if you guys have ever heard of a company called Prime America. They're a multi-level marketing company, and there were people. Well, it was one person that I knew, and then there were other people that actually would spend a lot of spend a lot of time and a lot of energy trying to get more people to come in and join, right? So it was somebody that I knew or somebody I worked with or something. And they were like, yo, you want to make some money? And this is kind of like my first taste of sales. And I was like, how? Well, we sell insurance, life insurance, Primerica, right? So do y'all know what Primerica is? Because if y'all don't know, I can explain it a little bit, but it's a multi-level marketing company. And I think they're still up and running to this day. But Primerica was a multi-level marketing firm, and they were trying to recruit me to come in and sell insurance. And I'll just go around selling people insurance. But the reason why the friend of mine was trying to recruit me was because I would be under them and not under somebody else. And I didn't understand that. And I'm like, you're a coworker or, whatever. I forgot who it was, but I'm like, you don't know any more than I do. So why would I be like kicking up to you out of all people, right? Because the person that I was talking to wasn't that smart. So I'm like, you out of all people? So I looked into it, and I remember I went to one of the meetings, and there's a lot of different multi-level marketing. Name any multi-level marketing company that you know of. Yeah, Amway. There was a company that was selling some type of nutrition juice or whatever. But I would go to the meetings just to learn. And they would always bring up some young person and say, this is the young up and coming person. And they would come up and get all of the attention, and everybody in a crowd, they would operate like a cult. And that's another thing that brings me to this conversation also. Multi-level marketing companies operate like a cult, just like evangelistic churches, just like Turning Point USA, just like Trump supporters. So this cult-like operation, or these cult-like operations, they operate everywhere. And it's not just churches. It's not just Trump supporters. It's everywhere because it's a system. Because once you become part of a cult, you kind of like feel indebted to them or indebted to the person that brought you in. And next thing you know, you start kicking up information to the person. You start kicking up money to the person because you are now a part of the cult. And cult leaders, you never get to the top. It's always underlings that kind of like have you up under them so you can't get to the cult leader. Masonry. That's another thing. We're going to talk about how Andrew Wilson is a Freemason. So all of this stuff intertwines with everything else. So let's keep going. So Patrick Bet David was starting a multi-level firm. That is the point of this conversation right here. Let's go.
David, but a lot of people differed in their investigations. He was born in Iran back in 1970, not 1870. He's not that old. He looks like he's that old, but he's not that old. He was born in 1978.
Yo, why Barron keep throwing shots at the man? That's crazy. But yeah, he was born in Iran. So you have an Iranian going to Candace's house. And like I said earlier, there's a possibility that because he's an Iranian, and what he's going to talk about in a second is they offered something to Patrick Bet David. And there's a possibility that that offer may still be on the table. And this may be an opportunity to bug Candace's studio. And then if he bugs Candace's studio, he could turn around and get the thing that they've been offering Patrick Bet David for a little amount of time. So when I heard Patrick Bet David, I was like, oh shit, this might not be good. Because Andrew Wilson is an idiot. Nobody cares about Andrew Wilson.
And then they left during the Iraq-Iran war. So when he was about 10 years old, he moves to the United States. He enrolls in the Army after high school.
Extreme.
Ends up in the 101st and yada, yada, yada. The rest is history. He ends up at one point, according to him, as a bodyguard for a coke dealer.
A bodyguard for a coke dealer is crazy. And just so y'all know, I used to be a coke dealer when I was a kid. All right. So in my teenage years, I was also a coke dealer. So I don't want to sound like I'm hypocritical when I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I used to sell drugs when I was a teenager. So I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because I don't want nobody to come up and say, you were talking about Patrick Bet David, but I found out some dirt on you, Mr. Lego. You used to sell drugs. Yes. LifeWave. Yes. LifeWave was a multi-level marketing company. So to the new people who just came in, 1, drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. 2, hit the like button. And 3, if you know of a multi-level marketing company, drop the name of it in the chat because that's the kind of like what we're talking about right now.
Not Coca-Cola, ladies and gentlemen. That's not the type of Coke I'm talking about.
Cocaine.
And goes on to found this agency, sells it, I think, for like $250 million plus that he earned, or they maybe earned on that.
Wait, wait, what? Now I'm a little confused. Somebody said that I have a bodyguard. Oh, when you're in the hood, you are your own bodyguard, and your co-workers. See, in normal life, your co-workers are just your co-workers. But in the drug game, your co-workers are actually your bodyguards. So you have muscle, and then you have the drug dealers. So yes, we kind of like had bodyguards in a way. It's like the dudes who weren't smart enough to sell drugs properly, they just became our bodyguards or our muscle. Okay. So that's kind of like what our bodyguards were when we were young. But I was a teenager, so you know.
And then the investigations came. Daily Beast investigated, highlighted the company's revenue relied heavily on recruitment fees.
Oh, he's talking about his multi-level marketing firm and not the coke dealer stuff. Okay. But this is how it works, y'all. And there's a reason why we're talking about this.
Including a $150 training fee and $15 monthly fees from agents rather than project sales alone. They likened it to a lottery where most participants lost money. MLM attorney Douglas Brooks argued the structure disproportionately benefited top recruiters. YouTuber CoffeeZilla did a detailed investigation and interviewed Mr. Bet David.
That right there. I remember when CoffeeZilla somewhat exposed Patrick Bet David. And this is another reason why Patrick Bet David is a potential problem, because this potential scandal on how Patrick Bet David became rich has always been hanging over his head. And we all talked about how one of the reasons why Charlie Kirk spent so much time and effort, he was on tour for like 300 days out of a year. That's not fun at all. I don't want to be outside of my home 300 days of the year. Well, I don't want to do that. That's crazy. But Avon, yeah, that's another one. But the reason why Charlie Kirk spent so much time just on the road and doing all this other stuff is because Charlie Kirk himself said it, that he needed Trump to win. Why? Because if Trump would have lost, Charlie Kirk himself would have went to prison because he was indicted on charges already. So the only way he would not go to prison is if Donald Trump were to win the election, and then Donald Trump won the election, and then his ass ended up getting killed, which is crazy. You do one thing to keep yourself from going to prison, and then you get the thing, and then you end up dying anyway. That is nuts. But with all that being said, there's somebody else that may or may not have ended up going to prison if Kamala would have won. And that is Patrick Bet David. And that is just speculation right there. With that being said, there's a small possibility that Patrick Bet David also needed Donald Trump to win. And because of that, he is indebted to Donald Trump. And if you're indebted to somebody, just like Charlie Kirk was, you kind of like gotta do what they tell you to do, no matter what it is, i.e. Charlie Kirk getting killed because he stopped doing what they wanted him to do, right? So Patrick Bet David may have had a sit down with either Iran or IHOPIA, Trump people, because you got to remember, Trump's people are in bed with IHOPIA, right? Trump is in bed with IHOPIA, aka Philadelphia. So the possibility of Patrick Bet David being in debt to Trump and everybody else is huge, because like I said, maybe there's some charges that still can come up. So with all that being said, oh shit, shout out to Baron Coleman. What's going on, Baron? Dudes not smart enough to sell drugs properly became the bodyguards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How is Patrick Bet David's skinny ass a damn bodyguard? That is absolutely crazy. Shout out to Baron. He is in the building. So, and then they're starting their live stream probably in another hour or so. So shout out to Baron. So the thing about it is that scares me with Candace, because I'm always concerned for women's safety, right? Especially, a woman that I look up to, I care about. Patrick may be pushed by either Iran or IHOP or Trump, because none of them like her, to bug her studio. And that in itself scares the shit out of me. All right. So let's keep going. Because like I said, there's a lot of illegalities, if that's a word, that is attached to Patrick Bet David.
presented SEC filings showing the majority of agents earned little to no income, but he walked away with a bunch of money. And then he launched the podcast in 2020, and he even bought a minority stake in the New York Yankees and indicated he wanted to jump into other ventures. Well, okay, so he's a multi-level marketing guy. He served a couple of years, maybe 3 years in the military, hosts a podcast, which is why it was weird when we see headlines like this, because you would think with a headline like this, you would have somebody with deep foreign policy experience, someone who had been in Iran for decades, knew the terrain, knew the lay of the land, knew the politics. No, not at all. Not according to the Times of Israel. They need Patrick Bet-David. That's the leader Iran needs. The Iranian opposition does not suffer from a lack of hashtags or exiles with microphone. It suffers from a shortage of nerve. Leadership against a regime built on terror, prisons, execution squads does not come from think tanks in Beverly Hills or panels in Davos. It comes from people who understand pressure, discipline, risk, consequence.
So as you guys can see, Patrick Bet-David is in bed with some interesting people, I would say. And they literally, according to Barron, have offered him power. He has the money. He has a podcast. Who gives a damn? Imagine somebody potentially making you or giving you the opportunity to be prime minister of a damn country. That's power that the average person will never see.
That is why multi-level market company and professional podcaster Patrick Bet-David is the figure who actually fits the moment Iran is entering. What?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's crazy.
I know he's a hack for our greatest ally, but short of that, what?
Right.
It was just such a weird pick.
And he's going to Candace's studio. You don't think this man is incentivized by some entity to bug her studio? When it comes to the actual overall debate, I think he will be fair, but I think he may bug her studio.
Such a weird pick, unless you think this is just one guy running off on the mouth in the Times of Israel. No, friends. They actually approached him about this.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
They actually asked him to do this. This is from the Jack Neal podcast. Jack Neal runs a good show.
30 days before the U.S. and Israel bombed Tehran, the Times of Israel ran a piece by Patrick Bet-David.
I think I'm going to have to do this without music. Let me back it up. Just read. I'll read it out loud. 30 days before the U.S. and Israel bombed Tehran, the Times of Israel ran a piece why Patrick Bet-David is the leader Iran needs. Have those ideas been entertained by any serious players in your life? We had
a lot of y'all are asking questions. Make sure to put in the super chat. I'll read the super chats as I go. I'm not going to wait until later to read them. So if you want to drop a super chat and ask a question, I'll answer it like right now instead of waiting until later. So if you want to ask a question involving all this, because a lot of y'all are asking questions, put in the super chat and I'll answer the question.
Extensive conversation, says Patrick Bet-David, last July when we were in the Hamptons. Oh, there's a lot of interesting meetings going on in the Hamptons.
Y'all see that, right? See, they hemmed Patrick Bet-David up in the Hamptons just like they did with Charlie Kirk. But Charlie Kirk grew some balls and turned around and said, no, y'all ain't finna hem me up. I'm not doing it. And they killed his ass, whoever they is. But Patrick Bet-David, on the other hand, may have gave them whatever it is that they wanted. And to the new people who came in, thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hype the video. And also make sure to drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you're at or your state, whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable. But let me know where you guys are. Watch it from.
Last July and August. Recall, ladies and gentlemen, this is where Charlie Kirk was confronted by supposed friends in a heated exchange that involved allegedly a call from our greatest ally's prime minister. Well, it turns out that wasn't the only important meeting taking place in the Hamptons that summer.
And this guy is about to be in Candace's studio.
Turns out there was another important meeting. They were there to pick the leader of Iran. Oh, are those two meetings connected by chance?
The actual debate starts in about 45 minutes. All right. And I'm going to stream the debate over here also. I'm going to be seeing what the guys are doing also, but it's so many people on that stream. I wanted to do my own live stream because, like, you already know it's like 7 of us, right? So I don't want to just be bombarded, all of our faces on the damn screen. So I wanted to do my own stream. I may go over there, but I'm doing my stream over here. So I am simulcasting the show. So I'm going to say this again. I'm playing the debate here. Okay. So you can go over with the guys, or you can stay over here with me. So yes, I am playing the full debate and doing commentary on the debate here. All right. And the debate starts in about 45 minutes. The guys are doing a debate show also, but it's way too many people over there. So everybody's face is going to be all over the place. Okay. So I decided to do my own stream. All right. So you can stay here when it starts. All right. Or you can go over to the guys or go to Candace. Either way.
I took a lot of heat when I told Julian Dory that I thought Charlie Kirk might have been killed over the war in Iran. It's a little weird that they're having these two conversations.
Yeah. And remember, Patrick Bet David is from Iran. Patrick Bet David is from Iran. And they hemmed him up out in the Hamptons just like they did with Charlie Kirk.
Back to back. They're talking to Patrick Bet David about taking over Iran.
Listen, y'all. A podcaster.
Ran a multi-level marketing insurance company. And got rich doing so.
Sounds crazy. And he got, okay, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to insinuate that Patrick Bet David did anything illegal, but there's a good possibility that he did some things illegal in order to keep his money, okay? Because the FTC doesn't play that shit, okay? Multi-level marketing firms, to a certain degree, are illegal, okay? I'll say it again. Multi-level marketing firms, to a certain degree, are illegal, and they have to follow a lot of weird loopholes in order to stay in business. So Patrick Bet David left it, made a whole bunch of money, and then turned around and went over to podcasting. And if you ever listen to the Patrick Bet David podcast, the PBD podcast, he is a shill for Trump. There's a possible reason why he's a shill for Trump, because it's a good possibility that he's in bed with Trump. He's in bed with IHOP and or in bed with Iran. And that man is in Candace's studio. I just want to keep reiterating that, which is crazy.
About taking over a country of 92 million people that he hasn't lived in since the 80s, when The Cosby Show and MASH were on TV.
Not MASH.
Before Seinfeld premiered.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all ever watch MASH.
When the cast of Friends was like in diapers.
Not in diapers. That's crazy.
I got to back it up a little bit because they're talking faster than I can read. I got calls saying, do you have any interest? Would I be able to change the economy, be a glue between the States and Europe, and open up the market? Would a 92 million people could start doing business, creating jobs, economy? Yeah, I think I could do that. But as the guy to be the leader doing that, I got 4 kids, 14, 12, 10, 4 years old. Do I want to put them through this right now? No. I would have to be there. I would need to live there. This isn't like a Zoom president. You get that job, has to be you're moving there. We talked about it probably for 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months.
Shout out to Lambert. Candace doing this on Eastern time, not Utah time. Yes, in 45, about 45 minutes, Candace is going on, and I'm simulcasting it over here.
And then at the end of the day, I said, that's just not a job I want to do right now.
Shout out to Dawn. Yeah, shout out to Dawn. Candace Owens Moving Baron and Candace both say George sweeps. Oh, okay, okay. So George does sweeps. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good. Okay. So according to what Dawn said, Candace has said in the past that George, which is her husband, does bug sweeps. That's a good thing. Okay. So her husband does bug sweeps. So a bug sweep, of course, you have an electronic device that actually sweeps the room for bugs. Good, good, good. Okay. That is very reassuring. So thank you for sharing that. That is very reassuring. That doesn't mean anything can not happen, but that is a good thought.
Why is there a meeting in the Hamptons to decide who will be the president of Iran?
Think about that,
Did
y'all.
anybody ask that question as a result of this podcast with Jack Neal and Patrick Bet-David?
And the fact that Patrick Bet-David has been chosen as a moderator says so much. It says so much. Because one of the things that I have to just add to the pot is, what's up with Candace Owens? Because it's like, she already said that she knows Patrick Bet-David's family. You know, they're close, they're cool. Not close, but, you know, they're cool. They know each other's family. But when you look at somebody that is in bed with Iran, somebody that is in bed with IHOPIA presently, why would you? Because the thing about it is people change, right? We all know people change. There's certain people that are on the other side, including everybody at Turning Point USA, they change, right? When Charlie Kirk was alive, Candace and Erica were cool, or possibly cool. I don't know, because Erica may be one of the people that pushed Candace away from Turning Point USA. I don't know, but people change. So it's like, before Charlie, BC, and after Charlie, AC. BC, everybody was kind of like cool, happy. They weren't, I would say, they weren't the way they are now, BC, before Charlie. But after Charlie died, it seemed like everybody changed. So you go from here and then you're over here. But because of that, it seems like everybody took sides. And I think Patrick Bet-David took their side. And you got to remember, Shaznick, whatever the co-host name is, y'all let me know what his name is. Shaznick, the co-host, he literally said on the Patrick Bet-David podcast, because he's a co-host of it, he was like, yeah, Candace Owens, she's terrible. That's why nobody famous knows her or messes with her. So Patrick Bet-David allowed that to fly. So they sat on the PBD podcast shitting on Candace every now and then, not all the time. But they sat there shitting on Candace Owens because she took this side instead of Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA side. And you have that person in your studio as the moderator. So, like I said, after Charlie Kirk, which is AC, after Charlie, everybody took sides. So why in the world would you have somebody that took their side in your damn studio as the damn moderator? Shit is crazy. Shout out to Up with BM. I sent an email. Love the show always. You sent the email? What email? Do I need to check my email? What you got, Up with BM? I'll check my email in a second. Shout out to Lacey. Cheers. Thank you. All right, so let's keep going. I'm gonna check my email and see what Up with BM sent me.
Why is the future leader of Iran being decided off the coast of New York? What's this whole Iranian campaign really about?
And I just want to say this. Some of this has something to do with Jeffrey Epps. I'm just going to put that out there. Some of this, PVD, has some ties to Jeffrey. I'm just going to put that out there. And I don't know what I'm talking about, so don't sue me. I just want to put that out there. Don't sue me.
In light of this revelation, that we're going to put a puppet podcaster as president of Iran?
President of Iran. Now, do y'all see what I'm saying? You want somebody in your home, in your studio, that could still, in the future, whatever, become president of a country that we're attacking? Isn't that treasonous? Like, there's so many negative aspects to that. And that man is in your home. And like I said, yes, they knew each other BC, before Charlie died. BCD, before Charlie died. But after Charlie died, ACD, these people are not the same people anymore. They don't like you anymore because everybody picked sides. Put a 1 in the chat if everybody in here picked a side. I picked a side. I'm on Candace's side, and I'm against Andrew Wilson, Turning Point USA, and Erica Kirk. Put a 1 in the chat if you picked a side. We all have picked a side. So everybody picked a side. Every single person picked a side. You're either on Turning Point USA side or Candace Owens side. Put a 1 in the chat if you have officially picked a side and you're on Candace Owens side or the other side. The point is, why do you have somebody that has publicly picked a side to be in your home? Something's wrong with that.
Country of 92 million people. There's no one in Iran capable of being president. There's no one who's lived there. There's no one who knows the people. Yeah, knows where the men's room is, so to speak.
Right.
Speaks the language, understands the cultural references, lived through the regime. It's a little strange that all this was taking place in the Hamptons. I'd be very curious whose house in the Hamptons, Mr. Bet David, this conversation took place in. And who was in the room and who was making these calls to you.
And was it a separate situation with Charlie Kirk? And why both situations in the Hamptons? Because a meeting in the Hamptons, like Barron is saying, most likely is because of somebody living there. You know, they didn't go to some clubhouse in the Hamptons and, you know, to just hang out. No, they went to somebody's home. Did Patrick Bet David have a meeting in the Hamptons at the same home or mansion that Charlie Kirk had in the Hamptons? And was it all at the same time? Like, was this all a party and not just a meeting? Or it was a meeting at the party? But Patrick Bet David had the same type of meeting in the Hamptons as Charlie Kirk did. Don't know if it was the same time or what. Same person, same house, same mansion. I don't know.
Did you too receive a call from overseas, like Charlie Kirk was alleged to have received?
Exactly.
Guys, this is the host of tomorrow's debate. This is supposed to be the impartial moderator of tomorrow's debate. A guy who was approached the month before Charlie Kirk was approached and pressured. And then those conversations took place for 2 or 3 months. Well, July to August, August to September, September to October. You know what happened in September in the midst of this 2 to 3 months? Charlie Kirk was killed.
Right.
And the conversations were still going on.
Right.
It raises the obvious question whether there was any connection between these two meetings. Any connection at all?
And that's the scary part about all of this.
Is this why Charlie Kirk was being hustled? Is this why you were being approached? And does anybody have heartburn about this? Imagine if there was a meeting off the coast of, or in Nice, France, Some rich people from France, from Italy, Cyprus, Monaco. They're meeting in Nice, France, right on the coast. Some billionaire's house right there. It's a rich place, by the way. And they're deciding who's going to be the next president of the United States. And the guy they're choosing is a podcaster from Poland. He left the United States in 1988, 1989. George H.W. Bush was still president. He served in a foreign military. He served in the Polish military. He was in an elite unit there at the Polish military. He opened a Polish company, sold it for hundreds of millions of Polish dollars. He bought into a local Polish soccer club, the most famous Polish soccer club in all of sports.
Everybody in the chat, because they are about to go live probably in 30 minutes. If you pick the side and you stand with Candace, say, I stand with Candace in the chat. If you pick the side like I did, say, I stand with Candace in the chat. Say, I stand with Candace in the chat. Spam the chat.
They're courting him. They're bringing him in, and they're saying, hey, Mr. So-and-so, we would like you to agree to be the next president of the United States. How as an American are we feeling about this right now? Why don't we get a say in who is our next president? Why do we have to have some group of billionaires in another country getting together and kind of cutting up our political future?
Oh, I can answer that. Everybody say, I stand with Candace in the chat. I can answer that, Baron. In my opinion, because we don't have a say-so. I've said it plenty of times. We don't have a say-so. That's the reason why I think voting for presidents in particular, not voting locally, but I think voting for presidents is WWE wrestling. I think it's all bullshit. Our votes do not count when it comes to presidential elections. And I said it right here. And I come back to Barron, but y'all, hold on. I'm gonna come back to Barron. I want to play this because I'm glad he said that. So hold on one second. Where is it? I just seen it. Here it is right here.
Afternoon, gents. You guys find any ejected rounds from police weapons today? I found at least 5. It also.
Oh, damn. This ain't even it. Never mind. I'll get back to it.
As Americans, we get kind of numb to this reality, but this isn't normal, guys. This is not normal at all that the United States of America has corporatist, globalist billionaires meeting in a mansion in an exclusive enclave of New York, deciding who will be the president of a country of 92 million people on the other side of the world. That's very unusual.
I think they do this with all situations. I think, okay, I've said it plenty of times. I think all of this is WWE wrestling, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Just say I agree or I don't agree in the chat. Say I agree or don't agree in the chat. And this is what I want y'all to agree or disagree with. Do you agree or do you disagree that voting for presidents makes no sense? We have no say-so, because that's kind of like what they're talking about. These conversations they're having in the Hamptons, who the president is going to be. I think all these countries come together. The countries come together and they all sit down and vote on who is going to be the next president of each one of these countries, whether it's IHOP, whether it's Iran, whether it's all these other countries, including America. In other words, I think other countries vote on who will be our president. So say I agree or I disagree in the chat. Just letting y'all know. I don't think we as American people have any leeway on who's going to be the president. So all this Hampton stuff, I think they do this all the time, and this is what they do. So the only reason why we're privy to this Hampton stuff is because Charlie Kirk, well, actually Candace told us that there was a meeting in the Hamptons. But I think there's always meetings in the Hamptons. And everybody just coming in, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, and drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. And yes, I am simulcasting the debate here. Okay. The guys are over there also. So shout out to Matt, Trigger Smart. Shout out to Valhalla. It's too many of them over there. So I decided to do my own because there's going to be way too many faces. I think it's like 8 of us. All right. I don't think y'all want to see 8 people, just on the same stream. So I decided to do my own stream so it won't be so overcrowded. Okay. Just imagine Andrew Wilson say some dumb shit and there's 8 people like, whoa. It's a little too much, right? So it's a little overcrowded over there. So I decided to do my own stream. So shout out to them. You know what I'm saying? We all in the group chat together. So good. But you have your choice to either be over there, over here, or support Candace yourself. Either one of you. And when I simulcast, I want everybody watching to also play Candace's stuff like on a tablet in another room. All right. Because we want to support Candace and give her all the streams, straight up. All right. But I think your voice will be heard over here way easier than on Candace's stream, because Candace is probably going to have maybe 400,000 live viewers, I'm sure, something like that. So, shout out to y'all. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know you at, and hit the like button.
This should chill us to the core. We should be disturbed by this revelation.
Why? A lot of y'all said I agree. So nobody will be disturbed by this revelation because nobody really believes that our vote matters when it comes to presidents. Only local government is when our vote actually works.
We should be very concerned going forward that this could happen to us, or maybe it does happen to us.
It does.
Because we have this nasty habit of electing presidents, and all of a sudden they don't represent our interests at all. They seem to be operating at the behest of foreign government leaders. And we say, how does this happen? How does this happen? This guy campaigned in these United States. He promised us all these wonderful things like jobs will return to the United States, money will return to the United States, immigration will reverse. We're going to bring manufacturing back. Inflation will come down. The price of fuel will come down. We're not going to be involved in any more foreign wars. And then he gets in office, and all of a sudden, none of that happens. And all of a sudden, he's saying, well, we're going to give 600,000 student visas to China, and we're going to increase the number of H-1B visas so that foreigners can compete against American entrepreneurs and engineers and architects and job owners and business owners. We're going to leave them out. The American worker is going to lose. We're going to bring in foreign people. And, we're going to go pick a war with a country of 92 million people, of proud people that, frankly, never lost a war. We're going to, and by the way, when we pick this war, when we start this war, we understand that they have the ability to shut down one of the most important commercial channels of waterway in the world, and we have no plan to stop them.
Okay, so I played that specifically to let you guys know how influential Patrick Bet-David is to the entire country. And for him to be moderating this live debate is scary because certain interests. What's up, Imani? Certain interests are now involved in this debate and in Candace Owens' house, in her home. And that's scary, man. That's scary. All right. So now let's break down the psychology of a debater, the psychology of this Andrew Wilson dude. So let's start here.
I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, only for the purposes of trying to explain to you that I have some intricate knowledge in some of the things that Woodcoff has lied about, chiefly his book, The Masons and Their Lies. I was a Freemason, Master Mason. I don't remember exactly how many years. I think 3 or 4 years. Okay, I still have all of my dues cards. I still have the Lodge Bible that was dedicated to me by everybody in the lodge. Okay, I was a Freemason myself.
So right there, Some of you guys seen that, some of you guys didn't. It went crazy on X. But not only is Patrick Bet David dangerous to have in your home, Andrew Wilson is also dangerous to have in your home because he's one of them. He's one of the Mason people. So even though he doesn't get paid by Turning Point USA, he gets paid by Turning Point USA. He's in there to represent Turning Point USA, whether they claim him or not. So you have these enemies in your home. And I understand Candace Owens, you know, she doesn't want to go anywhere because, you know, she's pregnant, but in your home is scary. Shout out to Real Shika. I don't want to get your name wrong. Thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you again. Shout out to Real Shika. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Mountain Star. Used to watch PBD, but then used to watch PBD, but then easy to see the sleazy Adam Shosnick guy. Yeah. Handler. You think Adam Shosnick is a handler? Turning it all into WWE, hyping the Hacksters. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. See, the thing about it is, I think all of this is beginning to look like WWE wrestling. Now, I'm happy to see this WWE wrestling situation, which is Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, because I would love to see, there's two sides of me involving this situation with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. One, I feel like Candace Owens is hurting the case by simply entertaining this stupid shit. See, you can't win a debate when there's an investigation going on. Like, it's an investigation. Nobody has the facts. Nobody has the evidence. And all Andrew Wilson is going to be doing is saying, where's your evidence? Where's your facts? Where's your proof? She's not going to be able to say, well, this right here is a fact, because it is an ongoing investigation. And there's another reason why she can't necessarily go deep into this situation. She's presently getting sued by Brian Harpole. So she can't say certain things involving this case factually. She can only say things from an opinionated standpoint because she's presently in 3 different lawsuits. And the main lawsuit is, of course, with Brigitte, but that's neither here nor there. But any of these lawsuits can literally hurt her ability to properly debate with Andrew Wilson. So because of that, why take the debate when you're in litigation with Brian Harpole? And that's the second reason why I think it doesn't make sense for her to do this podcast with Andrew Wilson, because she's not necessarily going to be able to say anything factually. And he's going to try to coerce her to say something that will defame somebody having to do with the lawsuit she's in. But the other reason why I think this is a mistake is because it makes our side, Candace's side, all of our side, look like theater. No matter what happens after this debate, no matter who wins or loses, Turning Point USA is going to use this debate against Candace and say, we have God behind us. We are serious about this case. Charlie Kirk is dead. And as you can see, Candace Owens is over there doing some WWE wrestling stuff. They marketed this debate like it was a boxing match, like a WWE match. They're marketing this like Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, like they're about to get in a boxing ring. They're making this whole situation, this whole investigation, theater. And they're going to make fun of Candace Owens for this, no matter how it ends up. Because to a certain degree, that's what it is. Now, mind you, if you offer me $300,000, we're going to debate. I don't give a damn how it looks. Give me $300,000 for 3 hours. Let's debate. So I get it. I get it. And Candace's views are going to be through the roof. This video is, her video, her live stream, after probably like 3 days, is probably going to be at 10 million views. All right. So she's going to make she's going to make about $1 million before she gets out of her chair today. So I get it. But her doing this debate with this loser is making, or to a certain degree, going to make this whole investigation look like WWE wrestling. Do you agree or do you disagree in the chat? Say agree or disagree. Doing this situation with this bum, Andrew Wilson, is going to essentially make the whole investigation look like a joke. It's going to make it look like WWE wrestling. Say I agree or disagree in the chat. And this is a problem. All right. So let's get into Andrew Wilson.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies.
You lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
I don't take any issue with Andrew Wilson's wife having 3 baby daddies. What I do take issue with is the fact that Andrew Wilson built his platform off of shaming and humiliating women for their past sexual conduct.
See right there. You're about to give a man that makes his money just shaming women and sitting around and arguing with OnlyFans models and 18-year-olds and telling lesbians that they lick sniz. Come to find out, his own daughter is a lesbian, or either his stepdaughter, because his wife has 3 baby daddies. So it's probably his wife's daughter. So his wife's daughter also licks sniz. I raise my hand, lick sniz. And I love licking sniz. Okay. So licking sniz is not a bad thing. But to tell this woman that she licks sniz, well, sniz is the stupidest word in the world. But his daughter or stepdaughter also licks sniz is absolutely diabolical. Yes, his daughter is also a lesbian. I'm a lesbian too. I'm also a lesbian. I just want to say that. I lick sniz too. I love sniz.
With Andrew Wilson's wife having 3 baby daddies. What I do take issue with is the fact that Andrew Wilson built his platform off of shaming and humiliating women for their past sexual conduct. If Andrew Wilson met a woman like his wife with 3 baby daddies, he would shame her, call her a hoe, and tell her she's damaged goods and essentially unlovable, like he's done to many women.
He would literally shame the woman, call her a stupid whore, and embarrass the shit out of the woman. So what she's essentially saying is, Andrew Wilson married a woman that he usually talks shit about on the podcast he's paid to be on, to talk shit about women that are like his wife. Chicks who got 3 baby daddies and shit. That's the reason why this young lady brought up, like, well, doesn't your woman have 3 baby daddies? Because you talk shit about women who have 3 baby daddies on your little stupid ass podcast. So she was not out of line by asking, doesn't your wife have 3 baby daddies? You talk shit about women with 3 baby daddies all the time. So that's the person that Candace Owens has on her platform, which is absolutely disgusting. Stupidest shit that I ever seen in my life. Watch this.
Weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. They have been at it for days, going through everything they can possibly dig up about me to hurt me.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies.
You lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
I want y'all to hear the words. He says, they're pulling up things to hurt me. You said the things, you stupid idiot. Here's the problem with these little red pill dudes. So this man is mad that people are digging up things that he has said on public platforms. So I want you to think about him saying, they're pulling up things to hurt me. Here, and I want to say this. I've said a whole bunch of crazy shit on public platforms. And if somebody pulls it up, I'm like, yeah, I said it. Whether I still think that way or not is a different story, but I'm not going to feel like a victim if somebody pulls up something that I said 5 years ago. I said it. I'm not going to sit around and act like a victim when I am the one that said it. But Andrew Wilson is acting like a girl. He's literally doing a debate with a pregnant woman. The woman is 7 months pregnant, and he's acting like a victim. And he's debating a 7-month pregnant woman. What the hell? Invited a woman on his podcast and then turns around and calls her a stupid bitch and then starts talking shit about her sexual orientation. But out of nowhere, he's the victim of what he said to her. And somebody said, I just jumped on. How late am I? No, you're not late. You're early. So hang out with us. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. And just jump in the chat. Have fun. We are, and for everybody just coming in, we are going to be simulcasting the Candace Owens debate here. All right. So if you want to go over to Candace, cool. If you want to go over to Valhalla and Matt, cool. But I'm also simulcasting it here. So
many creators and private individuals have reached out to help me with this financial burden.
We got about 20 minutes before it starts. Financial burden. You started this shit. This man spent 2 months harassing and begging Candace Owens to debate him. And mind you, Candace Owens had no idea of who Andrew Wilson was. She turns around and says, you know what? Okay, I'll debate you. Let's go. And now he's crying like a victim after she accepted his offer. What the fuck are we doing here?
Financial burden. And they understand the fallout, which is likely to come for me and my family.
Me and my family. You started this shit. This is the problem I have with these little dudes. They go at women. Candace Owens is a woman. And then when things don't go their way, they start whining and crying like victims. And I want to say this pertaining to said victimhood. These dudes are bigger victims than women. They run around trying to hold women accountable, calling them all kinds of names, saying they make the worst decisions in the world. But then when the men make the worst decisions in the world, as an example of making terrible decisions, the Tate brothers are about to spend the rest of their lives in prison. The Fresh and Fit cornballs lost their monetization on YouTube for good. And now this dude literally set up a give, send, go to get his incel supporters to fund the debate that he begged Candace to do with him. Now he's whining and crying, setting up a give, send, go. But remember, they run around holding women accountable for their actions, yet these cornballs have the worst actions of everybody.
If you guys want to help me in bearing that cost and help cushion the overwhelming attacks from our sycophants, here's where you can donate.
This is absolutely pathetic. This pathetic excuse of a man runs around arguing with women. And when women start arguing back and start making points, he starts acting like a victim. And by the way, go to Mr. Let Go on YouTube. I'm doing a live stream to roast this loser. But let me know what y'all think in the comments. Okay, so now let's break down the psychology of these weirdos. All right. And I don't remember what this guy's name is. So who I'm about to play, if you guys know his name, please drop it in the chat because I downloaded his video and it's been in my phone for like 2 months and I don't remember his name. So check this out.
Conservatives always ask for evidence, but they really don't want it. They say, prove me wrong, or...
Okay. I don't know this guy's name, but he's really good, but I don't remember his name. So if anybody knows his name, let me know. Okay. So he's about to speak on how people like Andrew Wilson or Trump supporters, because these Trump people are the same way. He yells out, because this is what most likely Andrew Wilson is going to do. He's going to run around and say, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Not even wanting any evidence because it's kind of like a psychological play in order to just make you annoyed. So watch this. So we're going to talk about a psychological side of this whole situation.
You notice how conservatives always ask for evidence, but they really don't want it? They say, prove me wrong, or show me the study, or I'd love to see that data. They're not asking to learn, they're hoping you don't have it. It's called sea lining, and here's how it works. They ask for proof, politely sometimes, even reasonable. You provide peer-reviewed studies, then they disappear, because they never wanted to read it. Saying, show me the evidence, makes them look reasonable without actually being reasonable. It makes them look open-minded without being open-minded. Rational without being rational. They're not curious. They're lazy. They don't want to read studies. They don't want to learn anything that contradicts what they already believe. So they demand you do the work. And when you do, they ignore it, dismiss it, or disappear. Because reading evidence is hard. Saying, show me the evidence is easy. When you provide evidence that contradicts their beliefs, it creates cognitive dissonance, psychological discomfort from being proven wrong. So they avoid it, not by admitting they're wrong, but by pretending they never really wanted to see it in the first place.
So what happens with cognitive dissonance, because we're talking about psychology right here, the psychology of a narcissistic debater. All right, that's what I'm going to title this part of this. The psychology of a narcissistic debater. He yells at the other person to frustrate them, and he asks for things that he doesn't necessarily want. And here's what's crazy. Even if they supply the person with the evidence, their cognitive dissonance is not going to allow them to bring in new information, which is the biggest problem with this whole thing.
So next time someone says, show me the evidence, ask yourself, are they actually asking? Because if they really wanted to learn, they'd Google it themselves. Sea lining isn't about truth. It's about looking reasonable while wasting your time. Don't fall for it.
All right. So here's another one. Because this man literally cooked in all these videos, but let me know if y'all know his name.
Trump always attacks people when he's losing. There's a psychological reason for that. Researcher James Gilligan.
Okay, so this is a part of what Andrew Wilson is going to do when he starts losing. Okay, so this is about when Andrew Wilson starts losing against Candace Owens in a debate.
You ever notice Trump always attacks people when he's losing? There's a psychological reason for that. Researcher James Gilligan spent decades studying violent men inside American prisons. His findings were consistent every single time. Every act of serious violence he studied had the same root cause: shame. And being humiliated is what set off the shame. Gilligan published his findings in his book, Violence, Our Deadly Epidemic and Its Causes. This was so consistent, Gilligan called shame the primary cause of violence in human behavior. Humiliation is what triggers the shame, and shame is what drives the violence. But where did the shame come from? These men grew up in homes where they were never told they were enough, never told they were strong enough, never told they were loved. And they have been carrying that shame ever since. Here's how it works. When someone feels deep shame about their status or their failures, that shame needs to go somewhere. And for a lot of people, it goes out to other people. Into hostility, into aggression, into control. Attacking and shaming other people in that moment feels really good.
So this is one of the reasons why Andrew Wilson is Andrew Wilson. And we've seen him dealing with shame and how he reacted to shame, because when a girl said, your wife has 3 baby daddies, what happened? He felt shame for his own wife. And I want y'all to think about this. Imagine how bad his wife might feel, because he literally started going off on the girl because he feels shameful for marrying a woman with 3 baby daddies. So when you deal with shame, and okay, we all have shame. I'm not going to say they only have shame. We all are shameful for certain things, right? But I want you guys to think about this. Is the way we deal with shame and how much shame we actually hold throughout our entire lives, right? So whenever if somebody comes in the comments and says, oh, Mr. Let Go, you're bald-headed, or yo, Mr. Let Go, you're this, oh, Mr. Let Go, your whole beard doesn't connect. If I felt shame for my beard not being able to fully connect, because it doesn't, I would then attack the person, right? But if I don't have shame, and I love the fact that my beard is just like this instead of a full beard, I would just say, okay, cool. My beard doesn't connect, right? So you can tell how much shame a person deals with when they respond to the shaming tactics of the other person. But Andrew Wilson sits around smoking cigarettes all day. Most likely he's an alcoholic because his eyes are literally droopy. Like if you look at Andrew Wilson, his eyes are literally like this. He's like, so hold on, let me show you how he looks real quick, because I want to show you the inherent shame this man deals with on a daily basis. So he can run around calling people dumb all he wants to, but look at his eyes.
Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs whatever.
So I want you guys to look at his eyes. I'm gonna take the sound off. So look at his eyes as he speaks. Say yes or no in the chat if you see shame in his body, in his eyes, in his face. Yes or no in the chat. Do you see shame in his body, in his face?
You lick sniz. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Many creators.
See, that's shame right there. Him doing this shows you that he's lived a life full of trauma and shame. He is living a shameful life because his whole situation is an exact understanding of shame. Is in his face and is in his word.
To hurt me.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies.
You lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
So that is shame, and you see it in his face. Okay. All right. So let me go back to the guy. Take this loser off the video.
Published his findings in his book, Violence, Our Deadly Epidemic and Its Causes. This was so consistent, Gilligan called shame the primary cause of violence in human behavior. Humiliation is what triggers the shame, and shame is what drives the violence. But where did the shame come from? These men grew up in homes where they were never told they were enough, never told they were strong enough, never told they were loved. And
somebody told Andrew Wilson that he was not enough when he was a kid. You could tell by his body. He has no muscle tone. He looks like he's 60 and he's only 40. And you could just look at him. He looks like just a degenerate, but it's because of this. See, everything comes from childhood trauma. Everything comes from childhood trauma.
they've been carrying that shame ever since. Here's how it works. When someone feels deep shame about their status or their failures, that shame needs to go somewhere. And for a lot of people, it goes out to other people, into hostility, into aggression, into control. Attacking and shaming other people in that moment feels really good. It creates an immediate sense of power. It silences people. It commands fear. For someone who feels invisible or worthless, that hit of dominance is genuinely addictive. Trump has built an entire political identity around this. Every lawsuit lost, attack someone. Supreme Court rules against him, attack someone. His followers learn by watching him because a lot of them carry the exact same shame. Their jobs got automated, their town got left behind, and the economy shifted and nobody came back for them. Trump didn't give them solutions. He gave them targets. And attacking those targets feels like power. The problem is attacking someone is a substitute, not a solution.
So the attack is a substitute, not a solution. He went off on that woman, calling her names simply because he needed to regain his footing within his own soul. Telling a woman she licks sniz when your own daughter also licks sniz is absolutely disgusting. And you could tell it was a knee-jerk reaction, and he did not see it coming. And he did not embarrass the girl because I lick sniz myself. So somebody says, Mr. Lego, you lick sniz. I'm like, yeah, right? But the bottom line is there's no shame in me licking sniz. It's shame in him having a wife with 3 different baby daddies. And just a side note, is it true that if his wife has 3 baby daddies, doesn't it also mean he has 3 baby daddies? Because you bring in whatever it is the woman you marry has. You are whatever your wife is. You know, you adopt whatever it is that she has in her life. So put a 1 in the chat if because Andrew Wilson is married to a woman with three baby daddies, that means he himself has 3 baby daddies himself.
Shame is still there, so the cycle continues. Now,
Shame
here's
is
the
still
part
there.
that matters. Understanding this does not excuse their behavior. A lot of people feel ashamed. Most of them don't hurt anyone. So what do you do when you see someone attacking and shaming people to feel powerful? You make it socially unacceptable. You call it out every single time. The only thing that stops this behavior is consequences. Because the anger was never about solutions. It was always about finding someone to blame.
So it's all about finding somebody to blame. And listening to Andrew Wilson, you'll hear it right here.
Private individuals have reached out to help me with this financial burden, and they understand the fallout, which is likely to come for me and my family. If you guys want to help me in bearing that cost and help cushion the overwhelming attacks from our sycophants, here's where you can donate.
Overwhelming costs from sicko fans. When you started this whole situation, you see shame and you see blame. This is what this dude does. It's all about blaming Candace for something that he wanted to do.
Murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. Eventually, they could actually debate on neutral ground. They have been at it for days, going through everything they can possibly dig up about me to hurt me. That's shame and blaming. That's how they operate. That's how you can operate. That's how you see a narcissist. All right, so let's keep going. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Hold on, let me just play this.
Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
Yes, blame is the operation of a narcissist. Yes, and Andrew Wilson is a full-blown narcissist.
Think they are both superior and victims at the same time. There's a psychological reason for that.
So this is important right here. Andrew Wilson thinks he's superior, but at the same time, he thinks he's a victim. He's literally saying it everywhere on social media. He's calling everybody stupid and he's more intellectual than everybody, but then he's a victim of the people that he thinks he's superior to. So listen to this.
In 2009, psychologist Golek Zavala identified a specific pattern she had seen in authoritarian movements throughout history. She called it collective narcissism. It is the belief that your group is exceptional and entitled to special treatment.
And remember, I talked about this, right? Because once I started going down a rabbit hole in research, I ran into his videos and I was like, damn, we was talking about selective narcissism a little while ago. So selective narcissism is literally when you become a part of a group, whether it's a church, and now as a church member, you think you're better than the other people because you're part of this church and other people are now heathens and sinners, right? And you literally start looking at yourself because you're part of this group. You look down on everybody else. And because you're a part of this group, you can no longer be wrong. All right, so hold on real quick before I keep going. Okay, so I got the debate up, and the second they go on, we're going to go on with them. Okay, so let me see. Do I have it up? So hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna play this. So I'm checking on the debate right here, y'all. So the debate has not started yet.
But also that nobody recognizes the greatness of your group, that everyone is out to destroy your group. They feel superior and persecuted at the same time. Poor little MAGA. Researchers then studied what actually predicted a vote for Trump in 2016 when you controlled for everything else. Collective narcissism was the second strongest predictor, second only to party affiliation. Stronger than economic anxiety, stronger than racism. It was never about jobs. It was about a group of people who needed someone to tell them they were exceptional and that their enemies were the reason nobody had recognized it yet. Trump gave them both, every single day. Every authoritarian movement in history has used the exact same formula. Tell a group they are exceptional. Tell them they are under attack. Then give them an enemy.
So think about that. Tell the group they're exceptional, but then tell the group that they are under attack. This is the psychology that starts narcissism. Now it puts you in a position where you are a narcissist group because it's collective narcissism now. All right.
Every single one of these movements eventually collapses under the weight of its own lies, and this one will too.
Yep. All right, one more, and then we'll get into the Candace Owens debate. All right. So the Candace Owens debate has not started yet. We're almost about to start. So I'm going to play this next video, and then we're going to bring up the debate.
Group for weak people, and Trump is their sponsor. There's a psychological reason for that. Weak people are consistently the Trump cult.
All right, so listen to this. And don't think Trump cult. Think about that entire Turning Point USA cult, which is bigger than a Trump cult. Listen.
Cult is a support group for weak people, and Trump is their sponsor. There's a psychological reason for that. Weak people are consistently attracted to two things: megachurches and the mega cult, because both of them hand out power that nobody has actually earned. These are not people who worked hard and built something.
Now think about this. Think about this. The Trump cult and the evangelist cult. Turning Point USA has meshed the two together. And that's the reason why I, in particular, am so against Turning Point USA. Because somebody got rid of Charlie Kirk in order to mesh the Trump cult with the evangelistic cult. And putting them together can literally end up ruining the entire world. Okay. So just keep that in mind. That's what Turning Point USA is. They're Trump along with the church. Trump wasn't church. It was just Trump. Now it's Trump church.
Megachurches and the mega cult, because both of them hand out power that nobody has actually earned. These are not people who worked hard and built something. These are people who wanted success, but didn't want to do the work success requires. School was too hard, so they dropped out. Earning real respect took too long, so they gave up. When you're mediocre and you can't earn power the normal way, you try to find a shortcut. Psychologist Bob Altmaier at the University of Manitoba spent decades studying exactly what kind of person follows authoritarian leaders like Trump. Here's what he found. Weak people are attracted to systems that hand out power without making you earn it. Systems where loyalty is the only requirement. You just have to show up and pledge your allegiance. This is exactly what MAGA and megachurches offer. He called them authority-dependent followers. At a megachurch, a 22-year-old with...
So think about that. Authority-dependent followers. See, when you as an individual, whoever that person is, when you don't think highly of yourself, the first thing you're going to do is become a part of a gang. You know how a little boy might become a part of a gang. Now he's a Crip or he's a Blood or he's a whatever. And now he has power. And now he runs around and starts picking on other little boys, even though he himself was being picked on before. But now he's a part of this gang. He has the power. Now it's almost like he has the right to be a narcissist because he's part of this group. That's what all of these people are doing. The Turning Point USA people. It's a bunch of losers, but because they are attached to Turning Point USA, they now are on Twitter attacking everybody. And that is how this cult works, or the cult psychology works. The Andrew Wilson show has not started. The Candace show has not started yet. I'm waiting now.
No degree and no credentials gets handed the title of youth pastor. They get unsupervised access to other people's children, not because they earned it, but because they showed up and claimed loyalty to the church. And the abuse that has come out of that role is not a coincidence. When weak people get power they did not earn, they don't always use it to help people. They use it to punish everyone else who made them feel small, to take advantage of other people. This is like a born-again Christian lecturing you about morality while cheating on his wife.
That's literally what Erica Kirk does. Erica Kirk was a straight hoe. She was literally a groupie. She was running around sleeping with all these different athletes. That's why she was in China. That's why she was in all these different cities and shit. She was a groupie. But then when she got with Charlie Kirk, then she became this evangelistic person that started looking down on everybody. This woman was a groupie her whole young life. But now when she got with Charlie Kirk, she's looking down on everybody. And that's literally what he said right here.
They don't always use it to help people. They use it to punish everyone else who made them feel small.
That's what Erica Kirk is doing.
To take advantage of other people. This is like a born-again Christian lecturing you about morality while cheating on his wife. This is the youth.
Erica Kirk, while killing your husband. She looks down on everybody like they're less than her while killing her husband. Not saying Erica Kirk killed her husband. It's just a figure of speech. But that is hilarious.
Pastor with unsupervised access to your children based on nothing but loyalty to a church. This is the MAGA voter who didn't earn anything telling immigrants they do not belong here.
Okay. The Candace thing just came up that says starting soon. Okay. So I'm watching it right here. It has not started yet. It is now 6 minutes after the starting time. It has not started yet. Okay. Because I'm going to hit the button and we're going to watch it over here the second it starts. Okay. All right. So hang out with me over here. It has not started yet. I'm watching it right here. It has not started. Okay. It has not started yet. But the second it starts, we're going to stop everything we're doing and we're going to get over there.
Trump is the perfect leader for these people. He inherited his wealth. He inherited his business plan.
Usually when she has this banner up that says starting soon, it's going to be like 5 minutes. So we're still waiting. So go get your popcorn. Go get your water, whatever, your coffee. Sit down and get ready because we're almost starting.
Platform. He spent decades protecting the image of success more than building real success. He never earned anything, and he has spent his entire life punishing anyone who reminds him that he never earned it.
Yo. All right, so we have some some Andrew Wilson people in here. So I have a new name for Andrew Wilson. I call him Cuck Daddy. You know how Puff Daddy is Puff Daddy? Andrew Wilson is Cuck Daddy because he's a cuck. So shout out to Cuck Daddy's minions in here. So we got Cuck Daddy's minions in here. So shout out to this guy right here. This is one of Cuck Daddy's minions. Everybody in the chat say Cuck Daddy. All right, so let me share my screen. Get this off the screen right here. Okay, so let me share the screen. And Candace Owens is about to start. So let me put everything together. All right, hold on a second. Boom. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Get rid of that. Put this on big screen. So I'm getting everything together now for y'all. All right, let me put myself in the corner. What is happening? Okay, so now we are waiting for everybody to start coming on. Hold on a second. So I'm just arranging everything right now. Okay, let me get all this stuff out. Okay, so let me do this. All right, and we are ready. Okay, all right, so I got my people up. We got the Candace. All right, so how do you guys think this is going to go? Do you think Andrew Wilson? Uh-oh, I think it's about to start. Oh, it's not starting yet. Okay. Do you guys think Andrew Wilson can possibly win this debate? Yes or no in the chat. I need to put together a poll. Let's see. I'm gonna start a poll right now, y'all. Let's see. Oops. Is a chance I'm gonna say, does he storm off? gets mad and storms off. Because he already paid Candace. So if he storms off, nobody's going to care. All right. So I just put up a poll saying that is there a chance that Andrew Wilson gets mad and storms off? And let me know what you guys think in the comments. Okay. So I just want to catch it the second it comes on. So let me see. Since we're waiting, I'm going to stop sharing. All right. So we're still waiting now. So let me go back to what I was talking about because I thought she was about to start. So we're still waiting, y'all.
So now to help run cover, they're sending people like Rob McCoy, Mikey's dad, out into the podcast circuit to lie for them. Watch the clip.
Really looking for the truth? Because you've got one of the most closed shut cases you can ever imagine. 7 separate confessions, DNA on the casing, DNA on the etching. You know, you go through the whole thing. You can dial in the video and see almost him pulling the trigger. And yet every one of your vain speculations and innuendos and conspiracies have all flopped.
So this is Rob McCoy. And because this debate is starting, they're all coming out of the woodwork trying to just act like we don't see the obvious. So listen to what he said again. Just listen to what he said again. Let me back it up a little bit. Listen again.
You've got one of the most closed shut cases you can ever imagine.
We have the most closed shut cases you can ever imagine. We have zero evidence. There's nobody on the roof. Like there's a pixel of an ostrich running on top of a roof because we can't even tell if it's a human. There is literally no gun. The ostrich that was on the roof did not have a gun in her hand. And there's zero evidence. Let's just keep going. Talking about there's DNA on a screwdriver. What the hell did the screwdriver have to do with anything anyway?
7 separate confessions, DNA on the casing, DNA on the etching. You know, you go through the whole thing. You can dial in the video and see almost him pulling the trigger.
No, you can't. What is this idiot talking about? And still waiting on the Candace show. It's not started yet.
And yet every one of your vain speculations and innuendos and conspiracies have.
And Lance Twiggs, his DNA was on the gun and was on a screwdriver also, but Lance Twiggs isn't in jail. And I personally think Lance Twiggs was up on the roof, but that's neither here nor there.
All flopped, and they've all been debunked, and you're still buying into it. I mean, it's like you're at Vegas and you're addicted here, and you're going to keep going and pulling more money out of the ATM because you're going to win sooner or later.
And the thing about it is that scares me about this is these are pastors, these are leaders, these are evangelistic people that are literally just lying when we all can see that they're lying. I want y'all to think about that. It's one thing about telling a lie and you don't want to get caught with the lie. But we all see the same thing you see, Rob McCoy. And you are this pastor and you're blatantly lying. That's disgusting. To blatantly lie?
She's not going to have a return on her investment. Brian's going to win that lawsuit. She's going to, listen, she makes a lot of money at this.
Yes, she does.
And
oh my God, now they're going to say she makes a lot of money. See, this is what I'm saying about this debate. That's all they're going to say. Candace is making this whole investigation a clown show. They're on the show she's on the show debating about the case. That's what I'm saying. They're going to try to make it look like Candace is making a clown show out of this situation. Oh, let me check the email. Well, BM said, make sure to check the email. Okay. I'm gonna check the email now.
And I hope she enjoys every penny of it, because because in this life, because you'll have hell to pay in the next. And I hope she I've met her once in passing. It wasn't anything significant, but I had a really neat conversation with her husband, George. And I liked the guy, and I believed him to be an evangelical Christian, and he spoke of the Lord. And his dad, Sir Michael Farmer, heads up the Jewish Christian organization in England. And
he's talking about George Farmer, which is Candace Owens' husband. So now he's talking shit about George Farmer, talking about he's in an IHOPian also. Listen to this shit again.
And I like the guy. And
he's talking about George Farmer.
Believed him to be an evangelical Christian, and he spoke of the Lord. And his dad, Sir Michael Farmer, heads up the Jewish Christian organization in England. And he's royalty in that sense. He's part of that class. And he is a Zionist.
He's a Zionist is crazy. Is George Farmer a Zionist? Does anybody know? Hold on, let me ask the guys real quick. Hold on. Rob McCoy. Hold on. That's a question. Candace's husband. I want to know if he is a Zionist. So I'm going to ask the guys. I'm going to ask, let's see what they say. Because is Rob McCoy right? Is Candace's husband a Zionist? I don't know. We want to find out.
I can't imagine what's happening in their family in the division there. I know that George has had some struggles, and it's got to be tough.
That's what panic looks like. Desperation. That's what desperation and panic look like. Rob McCoy, the guy who told you that his son, Mikey McCoy, acted heroically. He was covered with blood on September 10th. When you can clearly see him on video, he didn't even look at Charlie. He was on the phone. Charlie's lavalier microphone blew up. It malfunctioned. And Mikey McCoy just walked away on the.
Up with BM. Would you like to come up and share your opinion about this email? Because I want you to elaborate. So Up with BM sent me this this super chat right here. And you said, check your email. So I'm reading the email right here. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to, but would you like to share your opinion about what you sent me? I'm going to drop the link. I want you to elaborate on this. So, Tamara said, Andrew Wilson is finishing up his cigarette. So hold on. Join on this stream. All right, so I'm dropping a link, and I want to do this. If any of you want to come up and share your opinion and watch the live stream, this debate with me, hit the link. I think I'm going to do that. So it's not just for Up with BM. If anybody wants to come up and share their opinion on this debate along with me, hit the link and pull up. Especially Up with BM, because I want to know what he thinks about. Well, not what he thinks about. I want him to elaborate on what he said. So still waiting on the Candace Owens show. It hasn't not started yet. It's 20 minutes later.
Phone in stride. Never missed a beat. Never cared. Never looked back. Wasn't shocked. Wasn't surprised. Wasn't startled. No, just
He's talking about Mikey McCoy, his son.
Walked away on the phone. But Rob McCoy, Pastor Rob McCoy, tells you that he acted heroically and he was covered in blood.
Bible app here. Schofield pastor Rob McCoy lied so much in this single clip that it's hard to tell how many times he did. Then he went after Candace Owens, claiming that her husband and in-laws are rabid Zionists like him. The pastor from hell also claimed that in the so-called Tyler Robinson rooftop video, you can almost see Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger. In your face, demonic. Never forget, Rob McCoy told us Mikey McCoy acted heroically and was covered in blood on September 10th.
That is a fact. All right, Candace, come on. Okay, so the Candace show has not started yet. Let's see. Show my screen. All right, just showing y'all it has not started yet, and we all are awaiting this debate. So quick commercial break, and then hopefully it will start in a minute. So unshare my screen, play a commercial, and hopefully they will be up next.
This just in, a new way of healing is sweeping the country, and it's a card game called Like Mother, Like Daughter. This game is powerful.
My favorite question was, if you could parent me all over again, what would you change? This card game has a mother deck and a daughter deck, so we both have questions for each other.
These are some good questions. Do you think I'm a people pleaser? If so, where did I get this trait from?
This card game actually helped my marriage, and the questions showed me that I still had unresolved issues with my mom, and I was taking them out on my husband.
If you don't do anything else, buy this card game. You won't regret it. Click the link below.
Like mother, like daughter, we are the same. You'll see when we play this game.
Okay, so the answer to is Candace Owens' husband a Zionist, because Rob McCoy's stupid ass just said it. Baron Coleman just said he is not a Zionist, and Baron knows Candace. So Mr. Farmer is not a Zionist. All right. Okay. All right. So I got some people in the back. All right. What's going on, y'all?
What's up? How's everyone doing?
I am good. Waiting on Candace.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. So real quick, Upward BM, what are you saying in the email?
So in the email, I'm pretty much talking about the whole thing all together. So do you remember the threat video?
Which threat videos? A lot of threat videos.
That someone made on Candace. This was months ago, like right after Charlie got taken out.
Oh, wait.
Oh my God. Am I in the show?
Hold up.
Like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you.
All right. Everybody say, I stand with Candace in the chat. Let's get it.
My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
wanna
then
use the
starting
first-
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock. That's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay. So forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay. So that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
It's
you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So I
Army
don't-
sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5
Mm-hmm.
sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? you would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no,
hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
is
crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if
yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single day. Utah rule
They
1102.
want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I don't I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
but
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
literally
making stuff up. So here's what the position is.
I'm asking this. I'm saying that thank you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what
Yes.
1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun. than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts.
Mhm.
Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
Just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same
I'm
people
sure
because they're both
context-
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has it.
If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I don't.
May have
I
it.
think
If you
that's
By the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me on the
some
staircase.
he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that are
the
not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement?" So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
But even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you
convincing.
can't consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
He's wearing Converses, and he also that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find?
And this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
Well, that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So
characters anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's
what
what I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of
Oh, damn. All right. So, okay. So overwhelming is the problem right here. When somebody states a claim, especially in a debate, you have to hold them to the claim that they made. And the claim he made is not her, he made is there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this. There is not overwhelming evidence, and her job is to hold him to the fire, and she, for whatever reason, is not doing that. I don't know why she isn't. Anybody want to share your opinion? Oh, let me unmute y'all. Any thoughts?
I would like to give advantage to any Americans there, please. It's not my country.
Any thoughts on the debate? Hello?
Yeah, debate was, overwhelming, pretty uninteresting.
Okay,
Is there?
Wait. Your audio is really bad. I don't know what's going on with it.
Oh my God! Let me try to move closer to Wi-Fi.
There's a
I
loud.
hope that's the only.
There's a loud buzzing. Hold on, let me.
Oh my
mute you.
God! Yeah, I hear something.
Okay, so just for a second, I had to mute you because it's like a loud, deep buzzing. So it's like super loud. So the problem I have with this thus far is there is no overwhelming evidence on either side, and arguing about possible overwhelming evidence is absolutely stupid because there is no overwhelming evidence on either side. There's not overwhelming evidence that that Tyler Robinson did it, and there's not overwhelming evidence on whether open chat. All right, with BM, you there? All right, so who's talking? Somebody came in. Oh, I'm waiting on with BM. Hold on, let me figure this out. Okay, who has something to say? Okay, go ahead, Mimi.
Is my sound better? I was at the beach. I think I have sand in my phone.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Is it good now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay. Oh my God. Listen, I'm not from America. I think it would be very arrogant for me to comment too much on your domestic issues. You have me on this show in order to maybe shine a light on, from where I am, since you're first
that's
lady,
fine.
and
Okay.
your second first
Well,
lady is Slavic, and we're all connected, and Slovenia is in NATO,
wait. Okay. I understand what you're saying then. So, Greg, let me go to Greg. Greg, you have to unmute yourself. I can't unmute you.
Okay, I'll
Greg?
get more of the sand out of my phone.
Okay. Greg, hello? Greg, you said you have something to say, and I don't hear you. All right, so I'll come back. I don't know what's going on with Greg. Let's see. Are they back? It says I'm backstage. Oh, hold on. Okay, Greg.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that was my fault. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Like you said, Mr. Lecko. Yeah, they're both not making great points, and I'm not really hearing facts on either base. And it's quite disappointing because I was expecting more from Candace and things like that. But I think she is holding her own. I think Andrew Wilson is a good debater when it comes to logic. Logic as like a subject, like putting sentences together and trying to make it make sense. But I don't think either person is getting humiliated. I think it's a pretty stalemate. But I think they're going to turn it up.
I can agree with you on that. Because my whole thing is right now. Hold on, let me make sure they're not back. And while we're over here talking, let me see. Okay, they're not back yet. So my whole thing is, my issue is, Andrew Wilson came out and said there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did it. And all Candace has to do is say, prove your point.
Yeah.
And he's doing all the talking. I'm like, why are you, when somebody comes to my home, when somebody wants to debate me, when somebody wants to have a claim and say there's overwhelming evidence, I'm going to sit back and listen. She is doing all the talking. And I'm like, ma'am, you're not here to defend yourself. He is.
Yeah. Exactly. Precisely. That's exactly how I would say it too. I don't think, and he really doesn't have much. All he has is what the feds have told him, and still he's not doing a great job displaying that. So,
right.
I mean,
so, yeah, this is a problem. So,
it really is. But
what I said in the chat is that, hold on. Okay, what I said in the chat, because I'm talking to y'all in the chat, is that Floyd Mayweather usually looks like he's losing. He's just kind of like cowering a little bit, during a Floyd Mayweather fight in the first and second rounds. But what he's doing is he's learning the timing in the openings of when he can throw a punch, right? So sometimes you let a person punch, so you can see their body language, see their plan of action, so you can see what they're trying to do. And then in the third and fourth, fifth rounds, you're ready to knock the person out. But I think that's what Andrew Wilson is doing and not Candace.
Yeah. Candace is definitely going to have to turn it up.
She's talking too much.
She is.
Yeah.
Not
So
really
up with BM, you there? Up with BM, you're muted. Hold on. Up with BM, you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So what were you saying earlier?
I don't know if this break is gonna be long enough for us to get into that.
Oh. Well, we'll go ahead real quick and just let's see, because I don't know how long the break is. 3 minutes.
Okay, so real quick. The threat video where the guy, you couldn't see him, but he was talking months ago. That video.
Saying her laptop is gonna blow up in her face. Yeah.
Right. So when we seen that was after Charlie was already gone, right?
Yeah.
So we're assuming that came after Charlie was already gone. But it's been on my mind because if you think about what he was saying, because if you remember, Candace was knee deep in Brigitte's ass
Yes.
at that time.
Yes.
Well, before Charlie Kirk, she was knee deep in that shit.
Yes.
Sorry, I mean to cuss. And if you listen to that video, it says pretty much she need to be quiet. She need to chill out. He said something
we're back.
like,
Fantastic.
Sorry. It's back.
I think we're back.
Okay.
By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are
But
watching.
I agree with you.
The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
That's all.
We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fascist.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here.
And everybody make sure to hit the like button, hit the like button.
So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about
It was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels
Okay.
off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I
How
said,
do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What
prosecution
you're doing is.
I love that.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this?
Well, I mean, that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents. You are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty. I
didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah. We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the if you're okay with that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
That would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good
side.
time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of
these
but
charges. I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just
documents.
show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
No, you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
And we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say
Yes,
that,
here we go.
I
Here we
do
go.
not
Finally.
feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Let's talk about Erica Kirk now.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothered.
The bullet that was just laying on the top of the building
went on. And then there was an we know, like, it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say,
and the car went all the way to California.
I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture, and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended.
Not really.
And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and tpusa.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break, and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately.
All right, so let's see. Hold up. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so this is beginning to be, well, I would say the first part of this has been a waste of time. I didn't get anything out of this, but I think they're about to now get into something. So we'll see what happens. And with all that being said, let me play a commercial. So be right back.
This just in, a new way of healing is sweeping the country, and it's a card game called Like Mother, Like Daughter. This game is powerful.
My favorite question was, if you could parent me all over again, what would you change?
This card game has a mother deck and a daughter deck, so we both have questions for each other.
These are some good questions. Do you think I'm a people pleaser? If so, where did I get this trait from?
This card game actually helped my marriage, and the questions showed me that I still had unresolved issues with my mom, and I was taking them out on my husband.
If you don't do anything else, buy this card game. You won't regret it. Click the link below.
Like another light thought, we are the same. You'll see when we play this game.
Okay, so does anybody have any feedback or anything to share, or what you got out of this? Hold on. Vinny, are you there or are you just there? All right, so let me just drop this person. I don't know what they're doing. Let's see. Mimi, what are your thoughts?
I'm not in America, bro. Like, oh my God, if I could just at least get a sense of
Mimi, it's just words. What do you think about the words? I know you're not in America, but like, I don't know. You came up here, so I'm thinking you wanted to.
Yeah, no, of course I have an opinion. I always do.
Well, what's your opinion? And
Well,
if you don't, it's okay.
Listen. I never heard of this Andrew dude, right? It's shameful that anyone has at this point, okay? The other guy I heard of, because he paid so much for ads that they was shoved everyone's throat. And there's two, and the third one is your girl. And to that I will say, listen, she has some good things to say, absolutely, and I'm happy for that. And I despise the French as much as she does, and that's all good. But this is why you cannot always lie in the media, and I have caught her lying, but she's, like, I'm not there, but I caught her lying online. And to me, all of those American characters just lie, have like.
What lie?
Yes, because in order to, for example, about the taters, right?
The pavers, okay.
The taters, yes. So you covered them a lot, and I'm grateful for that.
Oh, you're talking about Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
yes.
Okay.
So that's the most despicable thing I've seen her do to this day. Like, listen, it's not excusable anymore. She is late to every single game, Listen, me from Slovenia, I heard Trump talking, and I was like, that sounds great, right?
Yeah.
But if you're like a researcher and into politics and like some kind of informed person, at least that informs other people, I would never talk about things I don't understand, right? But she does, right? Number one podcast in the world. So you can't be that behind. You can't be that late to the game each and every time.
Let me share my opinion about that. So sometimes, because I'm late to stuff. So the reason why
you're not a researcher, you're a car salesman, and you're doing great.
Wait. So sometimes you want to be late because if you jump out there too early without knowing all the information about anything, you could turn around and be totally wrong, and now people can discredit you and say you are dumb or an idiot or you're on the other side or something. So it's
Bingo.
important.
So why would she jump on Trump train? Why would she jump on the tater tots? Like it's too late. For me, it's been each and every time. It's easy when it's all said and done. Trump is playing his own. You people don't see it, but his only purpose was to steal all the tax money and all the money in the world that is to be stolen.
Wait, Mimi. I'm asking you your opinion about this whole situation, and now we're talking about Trump. So hold on.
Oh yeah, because
wait.
No.
Mimi, hold on. Well, BM, you there? Because she been trying to. Go, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so now I think we got enough time.
Okay, I'm out here in this Florida heat working, and my phone keeps getting too hot, so that's why I keep leaving and coming back.
Oh, okay.
But to get to what I was saying in the email.
Yeah.
So when that video came out was after Charlie was already gone.
Okay.
So we were all assuming that those threats were made after Charlie was already gone.
Okay.
But my mind is thinking like, what if those threats were before Charlie? Because the same way that threat said they was going to take out Candace is the same exact way that they took out Charlie. So now I'm wondering what is going on now? What is going on? Because she has been stuck on this whole Charlie thing for about a year almost.
Yeah.
And in that video, they said we're gonna have her busy the next 6 months to a year. The man literally said that in that video.
Yeah, but 6 months, a year has went by now, and nothing happened. So what do you think about that?
But the thing is, something did happen. The 6 months to a year is what they got her busy with now. That's why I'm saying what is actually going on. Because we're still pretty much in that 6 months to a year where she's busy talking about Charlie Kirk versus what she was uncovering when she was all up in Brigitte's ass.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what is going. Is this Candace being busy and something else is actually going on? I don't know what to think of this.
Okay, so
that's why I wanted to get your perspective on. Because we was thinking that all of this was after Charlie. But what if this was before Charlie?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have a perspective on that because we don't even know if the dude is real. Somebody just made that up. So I don't know.
True.
But what is your opinion about this situation with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens thus far?
I think this thing is almost unbearable. I'm watching it because I support you. I support Candace. I love Candace.
Yeah.
But this thing is unbearable, man.
It is.
I don't know. I believe you were true when you said that he's gonna try to come out and just pretty much say that she's just doing this to the whole investigation of this, like what you said, WWE.
Yeah, it's just WWE wrestling. Yeah, this is a boring wrestling match.
It's very boring.
And at the same time, Candace has already said, I just want to have a conversation, which I'm happy about. I'm happy that they want to have a conversation
over and over and over. He's not understanding what she's saying.
Right.
PVD is the worst damn moderator. I just don't know. This is a mess.
This whole thing is just a mess. So I think it's important for two people to have a conversation about something because I said earlier, this can't be a debate because nobody has any facts because this is an ongoing
Right.
investigation. So this whole thing is stupid. And that's why I said it makes no sense for Candace to do this. But the money she makes is going to, she's going to be $1 million richer, like I said, before the day is over. So that makes sense. Who would not want
Right.
to, get $1 million legally? So, but
I
altogether,
wouldn't. I would not.
You would not?
No,
I
if I had
would.
5 kids, my God, are you crazy? My husband is a billionaire. I have to do a #1 podcast in the world? Absolutely not.
See, a lot of things, and then what I came back on here for is what she was saying. Like, a lot of people like to look at people just because they got a money. Like, they got a lot of money, they still human. Candace is still a human being.
But and let me
You
add
can't
something
say,
to
"Oh,
that.
why is she jumping to things? Why is she jumping?" She's still a human.
So look, let me add something to her being a human. She's a human dealing with 2 or more lawsuits. So you may say her husband is a billionaire, this and that, da, 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 da. A lot of times when you're being sued, you can't
But
help
she
the
didn't
person
have
that's
to do
being,
that. She didn't have.
wait. So the person getting sued, if they have a business, your husband cannot help that person with the lawsuit because they can get sucked in the lawsuit. Now they can
That's
turn around and
pennies
get
for
sued.
them, Mr. Let Go.
So the
That's
point,
pennies for them. For
so the
her
point,
in-laws, that's
wait, can
pennies.
I finish? Can I finish? So the point is, lawsuits and lawyer fees are probably costing Candace Owens a lot of money. So if she could turn around and make $1 million in 3 hours, there's nobody that's going to say no to that.
It's shutting down. I will turn it back on.
Huh? What? Hello? Hello? Oh, she got dropped. Something happened. Mimi, if you still there, come back up. Well, BM, you good? Or am I frozen?
No, I'm here. I hear you.
Okay. So my whole thing is she's dealing with lawsuits. So she's probably spending $1 million in 6 months on lawsuits. So this is a way for her to make the money back. Just to my thoughts, But this whole thing is simply WWE wrestling. And it's even worse than wrestling. It's like a boxing match where the two people are kind of like trying to be friends with each other. And they're not punching each other in the face. So it's kind of even worse. So yeah.
Yeah, right. I see that too.
Nobody's punching each other in the face. And they're just like, well, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? Well, I think, and it's just, yeah, it's just dumb. Yeah. I may not even stay for the whole thing because this is just, it's annoying. It's not even good to watch. So maybe the punching is going to come in the next round. Somebody just said that. Somebody said, "Oh, the punching comes the next round." So I'm going to stay for the next round because I'm ready to go.
I want to see some punching too, and I think you had said earlier, like, this guy, he just wants to get Candace to say something that's
Yes.
gonna cost her in these lawsuits.
Yep. Oh, it's back on. I agree.
That's
All right,
not
let's
his.
see.
Okay, let's go.
I think I have it muted
for you. And I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded.
Okay, so now here come the punches.
As long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mhm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
okay,
it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for
Can't say
certainty
no
until we
either.
know what other the 5
Can't
sex
say
offense
yes
were.
So that
or
would be
no.
no as far as you know.
Yes or no.
We can't say that for
You
certainty.
can't say
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
no.
We can't say that for certainty.
You
I
don't
You
actually-
know.
can
just
say
so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this
but-
debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of it about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you
Uh-oh.
believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Mm-mm.
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by
Good.
somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal.
We're getting personal. Now she could turn around and say, what about your wife with the 3 baby daddies?
Say this. I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
hmm
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because you know,
Yeah,
it's
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and what and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the
Establish a motive while you married a woman with 3 baby daddies. What about that motive? What was your motive to make you marry a woman with 3 baby daddies?
reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or tpusa participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay.
There we go.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Uh-oh.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim,
I literally just said I think and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
Going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5.
You just
so I have
said
full
that.
confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
but
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think?
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when
why
this is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like
Uh-oh.
tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So
I-
there's good reason to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe?
You can go to jail for making false statements, just for the record. So she has him on that.
that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from
And
somebody"?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
No.
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the
Why?
U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and no out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But
why is he twitching?
Great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person
Do y'all see how he twitches?
Well, we
USA
don't
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
Do y'all see it? He twitches when they bring him up close. He's twitching.
Who the source is, we don't know any
well,
of
then
this.
if it wouldn't,
You seen it? It's like in his throat.
Hartman, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys?
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they?
get
He did it again. It's something in his throat. He keeps twitching.
He didn't give it
the
to them.
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has got
you send
nothing
them
to
the
do with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But
I-
did you?
so actually, it was three offices:
Let me ask
the
one question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mhm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm
And
surprised they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
he
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mhm.
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and then I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that
Mhm.
they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that,
talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of
what
that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero. I'll be fair with you. Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
Here we go.
Everything I said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical.
Mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
Yeah, they ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit? And in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
case. How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
There's no
onto
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was,
complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, if we can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I don't.
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Get him, Candace.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
So you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at tpusa.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Gave her
I
a
didn't
hug
sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
for a
So
long
you didn't
time.
sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
He said it was a long
Is
conversation.
that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just
and don't
think,
have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have they don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that
Mm-hmm.
throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was
Mhm.
going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
Yeah,
to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man, because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
"Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica."
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then
Mhm.
you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb, and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars,
Okay.
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan, and you're
Mhm.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like, you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like, nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared, because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why
parents-
should we take the organization
No,
over?
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You
because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think
for
this is
it.
why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of tpusa as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get-
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay.
She said it's a
Panics
theory.
is the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say
Get
what's
'em,
happening here, because
Candace.
the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it is.
trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you?
And I want to say, just for the record, when you're a content creator, you have to be prepared for somebody to bring up any clip of your past and you have to stand on what you said back then. You can't become a victim because that now she's being a victim because she's just like, why you keep bringing up clips? Well, if you got a lot of content out there, people are going to bring up clips when you said something contrary to what you're saying now. That's just life as a content creator.
Think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet.
Candace, he's not your friend. You're speaking to him like you're his friend and y'all are just buddies. He's baiting you. Be careful.
So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for God. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. and then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mhm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move
dispute.
like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's
no,
what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
but when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your
Yeah.
opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you. The next you're thinking about a home, a family, and how to build a future that feels secure. As your world grows, so does your perspective. That shift in mindset is what led me to make life insurance a priority. It's one of those things that's easy to put off, but having it in place gives me peace of mind, knowing that the people that I care about would have financial support if the unexpected ever happened. Getting covered today is simpler, faster, and more affordable than many people realize. That's why I love Ethos, because with Ethos,
All right. I don't really have anything to share because I don't know. What do you guys think? I want to read your comments right now and read super chats because this is annoying. I could have, but I'm going to read your super chats, but share your thoughts in the comments because I'm about to read the super chats and I'll read your comments because this is just blah. This is blah as hell. All right. He can't help but hit below the belt. It's all he knows. I think he's been kind of fair. Not, he's an asshole, but he's not crazy. Hold up. Hey, what you say?
Oh, I was
What would you
saying
know?
that Candace was close. Yes, she's close. But you must understand, Mr. Letgo, they are, those are the elites fighting among each other. She is covering a certain spectrum of the media space because you can't always lie. No one will believe you. That's not a starting good strategy. You have to tell some truth. And she embarked on it.
So you're saying she's not telling the truth?
No, a lot of times she is. She has to. Otherwise, who would listen to her? All of those people are telling the truth for most part, honestly. Never heard of this Andrew dude. Like I said, it's very worrying that anyone has. It's just such a loser. Oh my God.
Okay,
But
so wait. Let me read these super chats real quick. I want to get through these because let's see. I gotta catch up. Let's see. So Rock's pick. Thank you for so many jewels. You dropped a bunch of jewels. So shout out to Rock's pick. Upward BM read that one already. Rock's pick again. Thank you. Same lame game to complain, blame, shame. Thank you for that. Another silver star. Thank you. Rock's pick again. Thank y'all. Andrew seems frustrated. He might be having a nicotine withdrawal. Yeah, okay. That man was twitching. He was just like, I'm like, why is he doing this? He'd just be like, yeah.
I don't know. Listen, you guys are used to that. I'm like from Europe, so I'm looking all of that. I'm like, how did anyone ever watch this?
Yeah, so I'm like,
oh
this
my
dude
God.
is twitching like a drug addict.
What is
And-
that? What is that
Hold on.
person even?
Wait. This is all a circus. Everyone is making money from this. What are we really being distracted from? And that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we doing? This is just dumb.
Yeah, what are
This
you
is
doing?
damn near unbearable. Everybody is saying the same thing. This is just crap.
Yeah. And I will
Yeah,
say
this
one
is
thing, and I'm sorry if that is controversial to your community, and I understand it.
No, it's not that. You're just not staying on subject. You keep talking about you're not from here, and I'm like,
yeah,
we're just
because I don't
watching
want to be arrogant, like then someone will come from me, like you never set foot in America. You comment on our politics.
I just want a person to just share their opinion on what they see.
All right. I hear
You keep talking about
Okay,
I'm
so
not
my
from here. I'm from just what do you see and what do you think? That's it.
Okay. I feel it. Listen, so what I see is that she is just funded covering just another area than other personalities are. There is no reason that those three people would get together other than for every one of them to make money. And she
I agree.
doesn't need. Yeah. And you say, oh well, she maybe her husband's suffering financially because she has this passion. I don't believe that. Those people are so wealthy, you don't even know. Like,
I'm not saying that. Okay, it's like this. If somebody wanted to give you $500 to talk to you for 3 hours, would you do it?
No, not if I had like 4 kids.
Okay, the point is, your $500 is like $1 million to them. You're still going to want $500. Somebody wanted to give me $500.
No, I wouldn't. I'm sorry. Listen, okay, very good point. Listen, I will. You just give me 2 minutes, okay?
No, you got 30
1
seconds.
minute. Okay. So the thing that the people don't understand is, oh yeah, you get tempted by money. Yes, it's true. People get tempted by money, and that's okay. They get tempted.
Need money to pay our bills.
But we don't have bad intentions. But there are people that literally exist to like benefit from making the world miserable, turning into chaos, then betting on everyone's misery, using people as slaves, as you would know, using them for everything, not lifting a finger, just manipulating markets, as we have seen with many wars, with many regime changes, with all your military is doing. So
Yeah. So
you
look,
know,
Mimi,
the
Mimi,
money
Mimi,
is minimal. This is in their
Mimi,
religion. This
I
is
get it.
their
Wait,
religion. So then
Mimi,
you
Mimi,
need to realize that sooner or later, as a country, you need
Mimi,
to realize it.
Mimi. Let me let you go because I want to just finish the show because I'm about to end the show in a minute. I'm not staying through this unbearable mess for another hour or so.
Yeah,
So
no, it was terrible.
I'm
It
about to
was
get out of here. So
it was
thank you for being here, but I'm finna end the whole show. I'm sick of this mess. Okay.
Can I just say just one more thing?
Okay.
Listen, I have a people are like, oh, have you watched Candace? Yes, I have. In Slovenia, wherever I
Mimi,
was.
I'm going to end the show. I got a lot of stuff to do. Like I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's not you. I'm just going to end the show. That's all.
I absolutely understand. I have to
Okay.
apologize.
All right.
I
Talk to you later, okay?
Bye. Bye.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not going to go through another hour of this, and I'm not going to put you guys through this. I'm not doing this. This is the boringest shit I ever seen in my life. I may still watch on my phone, but I am not watching another hour of this. This is unbearable. Like you guys are saying, is unbearable. So if you guys want to still watch it, make sure to go over on Trigger Smart Show or go to Valhalla Show. Didi with a podcast is live. There's a lot of people that are live. Jesse on Fire. So go on one of their lives and watch this unbearable mess. But I'm out of here. I'm not watching the rest of this stuff. I got some stuff that I can be doing other than just dying slowly. This was a waste of time. And I'm angry that I woke up 8 o'clock in the morning to be ready for this bull crap. Okay. So before I go, yes or no, do you think this Candace show was a bunch of bullshit? Yes, it was a bunch of bullshit. No, it is good and helpful. Real quick. Yes or no? Say yes, it's bullshit, or either no, this is a good thing. I just want to see what you guys are saying. I'm telling y'all, I'm not going through this. I don't walked away, came back. I don't care who said what. I'm glad I'm not on a whole panel full of people because I would have had to stay on there. I don't want to talk to nobody. I'm ready to go. Yes, this is some bullshit. So sorry, but I'm not playing the rest of it. I am out of here. So I will talk to y'all later. I'm not even playing nothing. I'm just mad. I'm angry. I'm irritable. I don't woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I usually wake up at 10. I'm sleepy. Gotta take a nap. So talk to y'all later. And make sure to hit the like button if you have not already hit the like button and hit the hype button. Talk to y'all later. And make sure to subscribe to my channel if you have not already. See y'all later.